And hello, very good evening. Welcome to the live stream. It's 5 o'clock on a autumnal Sunday night, and hope you are all ready for the live stream. Good evening to Casper Gaming. Hope you are well. You are first in tonight, and let's get going then. Here's the titles. Good evening to Amaze Tays as well. Good evening to Seb. And good evening to Brian and the Concord Express and Electric Blues. Of course, you'll remember Electric Blues from last week, our champion. So hope you are all well. So yeah, looking forward to tonight. I need to actually do another little scoreboard, don't I, with the details of the runs that we've got planned. So I only thought about that a little while back, so a bit too late for now. But we're going to start off on the Riviera Line with 2 Charlie 67, and we're going to do a run in the 802 Exeter to Plymouth, then on to West Coast Main Line South with a 390 Euston to Milton Keynes, then a Railtour run with the Class 47 on Riviera Line, the Torbay Express, and then we've got a couple of runs on this new modded pack on the Glossop line, which is in beta mode at the moment on Train Sim Community. So a regional rail, Class 101, Hyde North to Manchester Piccadilly, and then 3Q19, which is Manchester Piccadilly to Glossop in a Class 31, some sort of departmental. Oh, I don't know, Electric Blues, you did extremely well last week, so let's see how things pan out tonight. Good evening, Rachel. And I know you've been in the wars, haven't you? So what's happened? What have you done to yourself? So get the game going and underway. Oh, thank you very much, Seb. Yeah, much appreciated. I say sometimes this technology, I think you're probably more familiar about these things than me. But hope you're all well, apart from Rachel, and in Rachel's case, hope you're getting better. Just reading a few minutes back that for Train Sim Classic, there's an old Hastings to Tonbridge route that's been finally upgraded. I know somebody's been working on it for a couple of years, and they've got new modded timetables. So I must download that and give that a go. I'm sure it was announced one Christmas, but I've got a feeling it wasn't last Christmas. It was probably the year before. Good evening, Lee. Hope you're well too. I've been tinkering with the scoreboard or the leaderboard as well, so I hope that I can get it all organised for when we're completed. So we're starting off then. So 2 Charlie 67. So it's the 802 O, and we need Riviera Line. I think it was the 8020 anyway. There we go. Yeah, so Cardiff Central to Penzance. Of course, we're doing Exeter St David's to Plymouth. Oh, crikey, Rachel. Yeah, that sounds... And again, it's just one of those run-of-the-mill things that you do all the time. But, yeah, that's a shame. Hopefully that'll all heal that soon. Yeah, fantastic, Seb. So, yeah, hopefully you're ready. And like I said in the weeks before, don't worry about... It doesn't matter about who arrives into Plymouth first. It's all about just trying to get the right score. Oh, that's a nuisance of Mace Tays. The problem is, you see, I haven't massively played on it, so I hope that that doesn't bite me in the proverbials as well. What do we want? Markers. Have we got day? I can't remember now. Markers will do us, I think, won't it, for the day? Ah, right, fantastic, Concord. Yeah, that's good. We're due off at 10:25. Yeah, it just seems to be a reoccurring theme, doesn't it? Every time you feel as though Dovetail Games are producing a good big update that hopefully should improve the game, and then what do? They mess it up, and it seems to be a constant. Ah, right, okay, fantastically. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be back to being right as rain pretty soon. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? And it's like, it's not as though... Oh yeah, what I'll do with this, actually, we've got dynamic HUD on, but I'm going to put it back on for this because I just aren't well enough up on this route to give this a go. I just want to try and do it slowly, and I think you had it right, Amaze Tays, that perhaps try it on one run a week. Yeah, totally agree, Concord. And I mean, you think, I mean, the sounds on the original Azuma were just very, very quiet. In fact, as it was released, we didn't even get any track joint sounds. But even when they put track joint sounds on, it just felt as though they weren't right. Wow, fantastic, Rachel. Well, that is the that's why it's so exciting, particularly for you, that you know it so well that you know exactly what to look out for. That's brilliant. I mean, I know if Peter was watching us, he'd say, well, this is just a rod hole, but well, actually, no, he wouldn't, because it's we're in diesel mode at the moment. But it's I think the sounds on this are absolutely immense, and hopefully, when we get the All Aboard Studios one, it's going to make that so much fun to drive. Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. Yeah. The search for Santa Paws. I don't know, Lee. It's not even December yet. What's that all about? Christmas is ages away yet. Yeah, I don't know whether there's a chance the 805 might come out. I've kind of got this thing again with Christmas coming up. It's like, what's going to come out now before Christmas and what's going to be in the new year, and sort of hoping that the 805 might be before Christmas. But of course, that's only a complete and utter guess on my part. I'm just hoping that we get... It'd be lovely to find that we get onboard announcements with the 805 and then onboard announcements with the Pendolino. Wasn't there something mentioned in the forum the other day about something about 390 announcements, and then they like crossed it out? Good evening, Kane. Hope you're well. Oh, that sounds interesting. Oh, I mean Christmas, Lee. Yeah, I've got nothing against Christmas, but I'm slightly bar humbug until we get to Christmas Eve. I suppose a little bit in our case when we do the pre-Christmas stream, whenever that'll be what's something like. I don't know, maybe 22nd, maybe something like that. But I'm just hoping with the new West Coast Main Line South timetable that it'd be lovely if we get announcements for the 805, possibly the Pendolino, and I don't know about anything else. Be great if they could stick the new 350 in as well, which half I hope that might happen with it being from All Aboard Studios. And then could we have station announcements as well? That would be really good. There is a sale on. Right, okay, well, you can't miss your sale. Oh yeah, I know what you mean, Electric Blues. I mean, it's one of the reasons why when I have time off, I do try and head out, because I can't stand the thought of being in the house and watching This Morning or something. But yeah, a good alternative if you're recuperating would be to be able to play on the game, and then if there's something new to go alongside it as well, then that would be splendid. Have you been good, Seb? I don't know, have you? I still can't get over. I mean, I know this route's been out for... TSW6 has been out for a couple of months now, but I just can't get over how lovely this route still is to drive. Oh, good evening, King. Ah, fantastic. Yeah, you working away, are you? But yeah, I must admit I enjoyed your World of Subways 4 run on the other day, and I must confess it's kind of made me be quite tempted to get that. No, absolutely. Sometimes when I work from home, my brothers had the telly on in the background, and I've just heard the jingle, and it's like, no, 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 no. Just get lovely seaside vibes, don't you, going along here? I mean, even though it would need Train Sim Classic as well, I'm quite tempted by the idea of doing a full Paddington to Paignton run, and then using TSW for these bits. So that I haven't yet get to try out the 802 in an electrified part of the route as well, which would be good. Yes, indeed, Concord. Yeah, we've got whispering quietly if Scooby's around, but well, certainly, yeah, the Peterborough to Doncaster section's really quite boring, isn't it, in many ways? So both scenery and variety of traffic. And it's one of the gems of Britain as well. You can't really get anything more exciting than going along the Riviera Line and going past the sea along here, and one of Isambard Kingdom Brunel's finest inventions. Ah, excellent, Seb. So yeah, right. I wondered if your sales stuff was train related. And if you you have a search around on the Creators Club as well, and we've done it a couple of times with runs, but you can find Elizabeth Line runs as well from Paddington out to Reading, so that kind of adds a little bit of excitement to it as well. Ah, excellent, King. Yeah, I've never done it in real life either. There is a route out there that you can download that goes as far as Montrose, so extends it a bit more. The track is in place between Montrose and Aberdeen, and there is scenery at both Stonehaven and Aberdeen itself. Just really well executed, the sounds on this. You could really hear all the sounds, the running sounds, the trundle over the points. It's just beautifully done.
This is Dawlish. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Yeah, I think you're right, Lee. I can't see them bothering with announcements on the West Somerset Railway.
St. Germans, Biscuit, Bodmin Pathway, West Withian, Park, St. Autumnal, Truro, Redbridge, Camborne, Hale, St Earth, and Penzance. Bristol Parkway, Cheltenham Spa, Worcestershire Parkway, Birmingham New Street, Wolverhampton, Stafford, Stoke-on-Trent, Macclesfield, Stockport, and Manchester Piccadilly. Platform 2, Holborn 10,
There's just something really quite exciting about being by the seaside in the autumn, where it's quiet and just doesn't have so much going on as in the summer. We need a little mod somewhere where we've got some more variety of shops, because you get a bit sick and tired of seeing the same shop brandings everywhere. Yeah, hopefully, Concord. It feels like
Welcome aboard this Great Western
the upgrade
Railway
that just
service
never
to
seems to
Penzance.
happen.
We'll be calling at Teignmouth, Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keighley, St Budeaux Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodwin Parkway, Lostwithiam, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Earth, and Penzance.
That's quite funny, listening to all those announcements. Yeah, so do I, King. So do I. And I've said it before, but it seems nonsense, really. And you know, the copyright laws seem a bit stupid, really, because you know, it's kind of like, who's going to really care that they are using the real branding? But I know that DTG have to be dead careful over stuff like that. But you know, does it really matter? It'd be lovely to see all that, and again, it just adds a bit more reality to the game. Yeah, I think that's the trouble, isn't it? I mean, and I think it's mods, isn't it, that obviously PC mods that have put that in, and I can remember on 5 Circle anyway, definitely, where you have W.H. Smith at Edinburgh Waverley and Sainsbury's, I seem to recall. I mean, there was a bit of an oddity with one of the Train Sim Classic scenarios that Just Trains brought out, and they actually put all the real branding on, and I don't quite know the thought process that went into it, but they decided to go for it anyway. But I think DTG are a lot more cautious over stuff like that. But I'd love to be knowledgeable enough to know how to use the unofficial mod and put them in. Unofficial editor, I should say. Think how long the platforms used to be at Teignmouth.
Tinmouth. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Yeah, I presume even with stuff like that, they must have applied for permission and stuff. Never actually been to I've been through Tinmouth and I've stopped at Dawlish. I've stopped at sort of Torquay and stuff, but Paynton. But I've never been to Tinmouth. Yeah, it's random with some of the you see bits and pieces of real licensing, but I presume I mean they did the plane thing, didn't they, with when they did the official Boeing, I can't remember which Airbus it was now. It was an Airbus, wasn't it? Oh, right, Rachel, yeah. Yeah. I think there's some brilliant reskins, I have to say. I think Creators Club, some very, very talented people. They, again, it just adds to the excitement, just gives you that bit of variety.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Newton Abbot, Totnes, Ivybridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keam, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Lisgard, Bodwin Parkway, Lost Withiel, Parr, St Austin, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Erth and Penzance.
Yeah, I've never been to Plymouth or that particular
The next station is
neck of the woods.
Newton Abbot.
Yeah, some very, very talented people, yeah. I've never actually bought the Cornish main line bit for Train Sim Classic either, so I've done the St Austell to Penzance, but I've never done the bit between Plymouth and St Austell. And although it's perfectly possible, just about anyway, we've probably said this before, but you could just about do Dundee to Penzance using Train Simulator Classic. There's a couple of bits you'd have to cheat on slightly, but essentially to be a full run in varying degrees of modernity. Ah, fantastic, yeah. I mean, it's a lovely, lovely, lovely part of the world. I mean, the only criticism with Cornwall was it's kind of so popular, and I would prefer to be there in the winter time when, or, you know, sort of away for the school holidays. Ah, excellently. Hope you enjoyed that. Good evening, Sam. Hope you're well. I didn't quite dare to do this one in dynamic HUD because the speed limits are very much up and down. It's like a roller coaster in places, and I'm not sure that well, there we've got the we even got the sound, so that would help us to for the down to 60, but I don't know whether that is consistently applied across the route. Yeah, 100% agree, Rachel, yeah. Because you just want to be able to savour these places, but not for it to be mad busy. And it's no pleasure if you go to somewhere that's touristy, only to go on a packed car park and find people like struggling for spaces. Excellently. And also, if you get a sort of a autumnal day like we've got in the game here, it, you know, absolutely looks gorgeous. There's a rule, isn't there, about if you get a speed limit reduction, that it depends on how much of the speed you've got to come down by, isn't it? Is it a certain percentage whether you get an advance warning of the speed reduction or not? I think I'm right in saying. But I think at Maze Taze was saying there might be places where there are missing warnings, and possibly even speed boards as well. Trying to be on the best of behaviour with the speed limits, but usually the moment I kind of think I've just about got control, that's usually the time when it starts getting all awry. And the next section's quite tricky through Dainton Bank and all that sort of stuff into Totnes.
This is Newton Abbot. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Yeah, I thought that was the case, Rachel, yeah. We're even a bit ahead of the timetable today. Presume that's not used very much, that branch line platform. Ah, good evening, Haven Fan 2. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? And you can accept that advance warning boards are not always going to be there, because that won't be, that they won't always be there in real life. But I think not having a speed board at all is a bit naughty, really. And again, unless you're doing it in dynamic HUD, you're not going to know anything about it.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Totnes. Ivy Bridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keighley, St Budo Ferry Road.
It's fun. Oh, we're still going with the announcements. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And I mean, I guess, Rachel, that in real life, you're not looking for the boards. You know the exact point that it's coming up anyway. Even if there was no board there, you would basically know where to adjust your speed to. But it is tremendous fun, I have to say. Ah, good point, Mace Tays. Yeah. I wonder if he is still busy. Yeah, he was out on the Goblin line yesterday. We had a couple of nice screenshots on the Discord channel. And that is the thing that, I'm full of admiration for. And I guess once you know it, don't you? And by, you've probably done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of runs up and down the West Coast main line. So, a bit like driving a car, you're not really thinking about what you're doing. It's also second. You do it without thinking about it. Oh, good evening, Oscar. Oh, excellent. You have a nice time. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? And thick fog. I mean, we even did a run in a 313, didn't we, the other week, on that stopping service, and where you couldn't see a thing. And I tell you what, your knowledge really comes in then. Oh, that's great, Oscar. That's if you could actually oh, a bit of speeding for the first time. Ah, there you are. Told you I'd get too complacent. That's if you could make them out, the Mace Tays. I'm kind of zipping along at, the speed in the ice train, and I barely see them. But I think it's kind of like a little, it's obviously well known within, for rail enthusiasts and those within the rail industry. But if you were to ask people about a London taxi driver and the fact that he has to do the knowledge test and the fact that he has to know all the streets in and around London, everybody knows about that. But I think, like we said before, I think with train driving, people are a little bit more like, oh, well, it's all automated, isn't it? They've got no idea what you'd have to learn just to drive one route. Yeah, very true, the Mace Tail. I suppose, I guess, yeah, it's not gonna be like that forevermore. But I suppose certainly in UK terms, it would be. It would take quite a lot to for that to change. Ah, right, excellent. Well, I suppose that's a good way of learning it as well, really, isn't it? Right, we've got to concentrate a bit on the fact that we're on a downhill stretch here. It really, really is up and down and undulating, this section. Hello, Southwestern. Hope you're well. Yeah, that's going to be an absolute game changer, isn't it? Really, to use your phrase, it's going to be really different, and that's the kind of the interesting thing with the game. You know, it's over time, it's got to develop as well in terms of new things happening. Yeah, brilliant, Southwestern. Thanks. Yeah, all the better for being able to drive a few trains. Yeah, you've been busy again with videos and stuff where you've had the chance. Right, we're on level. No, we're going downhill slightly, aren't we? So. I mean, I think one person did comment about this dynamic HUD feature about, you know, it's kind of like, well, what's the difference really compared with HUDless? But of course, it's just helpful that you do at least have at least got the advance notice of the stations coming up, so it takes out that side of thing. I suppose the next thing then to do it completely HUDless is then to learn exactly the stopping points. Oh yes, of course. You're right, Amaze. Yeah, you did say, didn't you, Southwestern? Yeah, have you been going on? Have you got them out of the way? Are you hopefully? You could then look forward towards Christmas. Oh, right, okay. Ah, okay, fine. Yeah, I presume you mean with the ETCS thing upgrade for the East Coast Main Line. Yeah, it's a good question, Conco. It's about time it happened, isn't it? Because you think like the 91s came in sort of into the 90s, and they were built for 140 mile an hour running. They even experimented on that section with the flashy greens, but it never materialised.
We are now approaching Totnes.
can see the chat moving up, but I'm kind of desperately just ignoring it for a second till we've ground to a halt. Slightly gone past the marker, I think. But
This is Totnes. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
oh, that's brilliant, Rachel. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I suppose in terms of, I suppose speed limits have changed a bit, haven't they, since you retired? When did you retire, by the way? That's the one thing that isn't clear that I can remember from what you said before. Yeah, well, it's kind of like going over hurdles and doing it hoodless, really. Oh, excellent! I bet that was interesting. 2 hours yesterday on hauling tanks. Do you know there's an absolute load of freight services that I've not even tried on West Coast Main Line over Shap, even the container stuff. Ah, okay, yeah, brill. Yeah, 2009. Right, so obviously well into Pendolino times then.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Ivy Bridge, Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keon, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Lost Withiel, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Earth, and Penzance. The next station is Ivy Bridge.
Ah, excellent, Concord. Yeah, I must admit that has been on my to-do list for absolutely ages. Now, I think I'm right in saying it's something like a 2.5 hour journey in its own right, isn't it? So it's going to take up quite a chunk of the stream. That's the only thing that's put me off from doing it, but I think it is about time we did it. Ah, okay, yeah, right. You're cross country, were you? Right. I bet you've enjoyed driving the Voyagers then. Yeah, that's a good point, mate Taze, isn't it? I mean, I suppose the thing is, there's never been any great plans to introduce tilting trains on the East Coast Main Line. I think the theory being that it's kind of straight enough, whereas the West Coast Main Line is notoriously really twisty. But it's not to say that it's straight. Right, okay, well hopefully you'll enjoy the 47 run that we've got. That's the third run today, so we've got a Railtour run down to Paynton with a green 47 and some chocolate and cream Mark 1 carriages. I mean, I think the fact that it is straighter is the the main reason why LNER, the old LNER, won the battle with the LMS, because they had the longer, straighter sections, and of course, famously, with Stoke Bank, when they got mellowed up to 126 mile an hour. Ah, excellent, Seb. That's good. Oh, I'll enjoy that. Yeah, if you've got the Goblin line, Seb, then you'll definitely be able to do 1 or 2 Elizabeth line runs from Creators Club. Better still if you've got the Azuma, because most of the scenarios that people have created used the reskinned 800, because of course the 802 wasn't in the game then. Yeah, it's kind of capacity, isn't it? And of course, that's always been the issue with the West Coast main line. That me too, Southwestern. Yeah, I've never been to. I'm trying to think what the name of the place is. I've never been there, but no, I've never seen it. I have been down that section, but. I don't know whether you can actually, there's anywhere where you can view it. Oh, evening, Peter. I can't remember if I've seen you already, but you seem to have creeped in on me there. So, yeah, good evening. Hope you're well. Yeah, there is. I think there is an element to that. I mean, somebody once said to me they kind of came up with a counter argument as well, and they said, well, it's much more of a congested country, the UK, so not quite so easy to do, whereas some of European lines, they found it easier. But we've definitely been very, very slow, haven't we, in terms of we've now got HS1. We've hopefully got HS2 coming to Birmingham, but even then there's a reluctance to progress it further. And you sort of think the development of motorways, aplomb went up from the 60s onwards, and but surely a 4-track railway line is a lot less environmentally of an issue than a 4-track train line, compared with like a 6-lane motorway, or sometimes an 8-lane motorway. Ah, right, Rachel. Yeah, I was wondering there actually. I mean, we did talk about this last week, and I haven't tried it out. I mean, as it goes, I haven't got TSW6 yet. Oh, okay, yeah. Fair enough, Maystays. Yeah, well, hopefully Richard Branson gets his way with running his services. Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, absolutely, Peter. Yeah, I agree with you. The thing is that people that, and okay, I suppose, to be honest, if I got a letter through the door saying that Network Rail or whoever it is wants to demolish my house, I don't suppose I'd be the happiest person in the world, but they do tend to be really, really generous from what I can gather about the offers that they make. I think they pay over the odds, don't they? And I've had the conversation at work and stuff, and people will say, "Well, do you agree with like HS2 and do you support and all that?" And I say, "Well, of course I am. I'm a train advocate, aren't I? I'm never gonna say I don't think they should build a new train line." Excellent to base days. Have I missed out on this news then, Southwestern? As somebody said somewhere that it will come out. I seem to remember Liam saying on a forum somewhere he would like to see it released before Christmas. But then I was put off a bit because we had the last roadmap and it wasn't kind of on there. Yeah, I suppose there's plenty of time for the livery to be tinkered about with. Yeah, I must admit, I have got my doubts. It just seems a bit strange that we had all those screenshots in TSW5, and it looked as though it was imminent. It was going to be out within weeks. You thought, well, it looks as though it's nearly done. So, what's the wait? Yeah, completely agree. That's what I found really, really weird. And the moment something like this seems to happen, rather than explicitly come out and say, look, there's a problem, this has happened, that's happened, they tend to just go a bit quiet on you. It's a bit like that Peak Forest upgrade with the Class 104, which I was quite excited about. And even Matt Pendleton said on one of the streams, he said he was really looking forward to seeing a 104 DMU in the game, but of course it's never materialised. Absolutely, Peter. But I don't get the silence. It's very strange over that Great Western Express remaster, because we had a comprehensive set of photos, didn't we? And at one point, and they were kind of showing you like before and after, and giving you the impression of what's changed. But no, it's all very strange. Yeah, I must confess, bugs is a new acronym for me. I don't know what that means. I think there are things like that, Peter, that they've got absolutely zero intention of being bothered with. I don't think. I think that's kind of like really, really low down on their priorities, that to the point where I don't think they'll ever do it. I mean, I must admit, it doesn't massively bother me. I mean, the only thing I have to remember is don't put the DSD on, because I had that problem on a stream once, didn't I, where with the 47, that Isambard Kingdom Brunel one, and I'd accidentally put the DSD on, and although there was no sounds and it wasn't doing anything, it was still slamming the brakes on. So we wasted about 40 minutes in the stream whilst I figured out what was going on with that. It's one of these platforms that you've just got to be thinking about a little bit more.
This is Ivy Bridge. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
I mean, to be honest, it took me ages to even realise that there was no DSD on the... It was only because of that issue on the 47. I think there's some things that I just haven't put on and I just haven't realised. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the flirt was just before Christmas, wasn't it?
Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Plymouth, Devonport, Dockyard, Keyoung, St Budo Ferry Road, Saltash, St Germans, Liscard, Bodwin Parkway, Lostwithiel, Parr, St Austin, Truro, Redruth, Camborne, Hale, St Erth, and Penzance.
The weird thing about the flirt is I've driven it.
Next station is Plymouth.
I've driven it a few times since, and I haven't got a clue how I managed to get stuck with it, because I've tried putting the emergency brakes on, I've tried all sorts of different things, and every time I've been able to get it going in the space of about 5 seconds, so I'm a bit lost on that one. Yeah, I think it's what I would call a dead man's handle, isn't it? So literally, you know, obviously a bit of an exaggeration to say in case the driver was dead, but you know, he could have a seizure, a stroke, or there was just something that prevented him from being able to control it. So for a bog cart though, Peter, it's great fun actually, and again, although it's obviously only on Train Sim Classic, but the sounds are excellent, and the overall experience of driving it's really good as well. Yeah, absolutely. I was actually having a look yesterday. I spent a bit of time looking at some of my Train Sim Classic stuff, and I was looking at potential of doing, there's a Eton and Riverside to Waterloo scenario. So I was looking at that route, and it took me ages downloading. And I was looking at I've got an old West Anglian route out of Liverpool Street, which has never been finished. And I was thinking, there's not a million miles to do in terms of scenery. I'd love to do a full Liverpool Street to Stansted Airport on it. I like it. Well, we've got a 101 actually a bit later on. We're going from Hyde North into Manchester Piccadilly. We'll do a regional railways 101. Ah, good evening, Andrew. Hope you're well. Yeah, we haven't got Scooby on hand this week to find out if he's bought any shortbread. Maybe Scooby's just sleepy today with everything that he had to do yesterday. Yeah, lovely. Fine, thank you, Andrew. Yeah. It's all the better for being able to drive some trains. Ah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, so there's like, actually thinking about it, you could do it in one route, can't you, with that Just Trains? I haven't got the Cornish Main Line section of it, or the Devon bit of it, actually. Ah, excellent, Southwestern, yeah. I mean, the one thing, you know, I've always been a bit of an advocate of, I mean, it's going to be years before we can do full runs on some stuff, so it's nice sometimes to fill in the gaps and use a bit of Train Sim Classic. Yeah, there's loads of things that I haven't really bothered with Train Sim Classic for ages, and there's one or two things that are happening that I'm interested in, and I know Armstrong Powerhouse are doing an extension on the Midland Main Line, so hopefully they're going to connect that bit up between Bedford and Leicester. And the good thing about their scenarios is at least you could kind of run them without having to download millions and millions of reskins. Yeah, possibly Southwest. I'm not totally sure. Though I think Just Trains do some sales on the bundled ones. I think the issue is you have a standalone version of a section, or you have one that will join up with the route, so I think you just have to make sure you pick the right one. Yeah, definitely, you may say that. I hope so. And I mean, that's going to be a big starting point. And you know, don't get me wrong, I would love to have other routes built and added to. There's one or two people already saying on the forums, oh please not another West Coast Main Line route, but it is the premier route in the country, so it would be fantastic to get that at least that fully into the game. Yeah, the gradients are an absolute beast, aren't they? I mean, that's the only reason why I'm kind of reluctant to do this hoodless, because it needs some thinking about. Yeah, I mean, me too, Concord, to be honest, but I think the point being there's no reason why we can't get both. There is indeed, Rachel, yeah. I've got a video actually where I did that Project Rio. It was one of my earlier videos, but I did the whole run from St Pancras through to Manchester Piccadilly, and I used the steam, and it's really, really good, but it's just the fact that the Armstrong powerhouse, sort of St Pancras to Bedford, just adds something to it, makes it even better. Yeah, agreed, Southwestern. I have to say that was the first thing that popped into my mind the moment they announced this idea of building this 165, 166 and basically using TSW models to do it. I thought, yeah, that's something I would love to see. It'd be nice to get the inventory to make the Gemma line that they've done a million times better straight off. Ah, fantastic, Andrew. Yeah, well, we'll try and get a few snowy runs in the couple of weeks before Christmas as well. Ah, Scooby, hello. Ah, right. You're still busy at work, are you? Are you still out on the Goblin line, or have you moved out to somewhere different now? Are you still trying to do all the track checking from Storm Claudia? Yes, indeed, Peter. Yeah. Yeah, I've got to confess that, I mean, loads of people talk about the 47 model, but I'm not personally that fussed. You know, we've kind of got one already, and yes, I know the TSW one's better, but I hope they do things like the 710 first. Yeah, the cab for the 800 series is kind of looking its age a little bit now, isn't it? On the Armstrong Powerhouse did. Ah, right, okay, right. I bet it's been a busy old 24 hours for you. I mean, as it goes, I think the 37 that we have for Train Sim Classic is an absolute joy to drive, and I mean, that's actually probably better than the TSW one. Yeah, I'm afraid, Lee, it's that time of the year. See, I've been dallying a bit over this section, haven't I? So I'm not going to be absolutely bang on time. Yeah, you were saying last week that you weren't a massive fan of the 37s. What was that mainly it then? Was it mainly the performance of them?
We are now approaching Plymouth.
Good old haggis. I had haggis on the I think it was haggis I had on the Caledonian Sleeper once. I quite enjoyed it actually. Yeah, I mean Waterloo again would be a much asked station. I thoroughly enjoyed that. We're a couple of minutes late.
This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Ah, right, interesting, Rachel. Yeah. So we'll let our replacement driver, who will take over for the remainder of the run to Penzance. So my first stab at it then this run, so 16,429 for me. Brian, you beat me. Well done, mate. 16,499. That's brilliant. Concord is 16,608. And we're just waiting on a Maze Taser, possibly Seb, though I think Seb had a bit of a break, didn't he? Because he was buying Great Western Express. See, I like the noise when you're driving it from a train simulator point of view, but again, it's back to that argument that if it's your office and you've got to spend hours and hours in the thing, then all the noise is going to do is give you a headache. I think he does, Andrew. Electric Blues 16,615. I think I might be bottom of the list, with this one. So let's just click away from the game. So I'll just slot in a quick advert break whilst we wait for a Maze Taser's score. Oh, here we go, 16,699. So I'll have a tinker with the leaderboard in a second. We have next, Peter, we are on, it's a rod hole, as you would call it. West Coast Main Line South. We're doing Class 390, and we're doing Euston to Milton Keynes. It's 9 Golf 32. Back in a second. Yeah, well done, Amazing. So let's just put that onto our leaderboard. Let's get that up. Let's just get it into view. So we'll start off in alphabetical order, of course. And let's add some points into the total. So Amazing is 16.66. 669. So Brian is 16,499. Concord is 16,608. Electric Blues is 16,615. Myself is 16,429. So there we go. So that's the first run then, and of course Seb still to post his score. So we'll get that in at some point. But let me just make sure run one make that clearly. So you might improve that score of nothing at some point, Seb, but at the moment, I'm bottom of the pile. Electric Blues second, and I tell you what though, there wasn't much in it, was there, at all? That was very well played across the board. Really well done, everybody. You might have to concentrate on that. I don't want you to not do well in your mocks, Southwestern. Yeah, really, really close. Yeah, I enjoyed that. So right, let's get the game loaded back up again, and we'll move on to. So I'm going to do this with the dynamic HUD, and we'll see how that goes, because I've yet to do it sort of live, and obviously completely up to you. Anybody that wants to do it with dynamic HUD, if you've got it installed, or HUDless, then that's fine. If you don't, then it's still all fine, because your score still counts. So this oh, excuse me, this is 9 Golf 32, and it's the 391. We are in the Forks timetable, although I don't suppose it probably matters. 11 carriages as well. Ah, excellent, Southwestern. Well, I hope so, Rachel. Yeah, this is the Forks one, Amaze Taze. Yeah, well, I'll show you, Concord. It's a new mod that's come out, but basically it's nearly HUDless, but you get like, it comes up at the start, then just disappears, and then reappears again when you're approaching a station. Just realised that this thing about it saying 9 car and 11 car and everything, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I presume we'll pick up some passengers along the way. There we go, so the 1614, so we have got to stop at Watford Junction to remind ourselves on as well. Good evening, Josh. Yeah. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the 1614. That was good. Great comic timing there. But yeah, hope you're well. And I know people have been really loving your cross-city line timetable as well. There seems as though there's been a lot of very favourable comments about that. I think people are absolutely delighted that it's now out. I did, King, yeah. I couldn't find any settings for the actual microphone, but the buzzing noise was just purely, I got a feeling it was. I've got one of those USB hub extensions, and it was there. I kind of tinkered around with it and we got rid of it. I always feel with this thing that you just have to keep bashing the Q button about 1,000,000 times. Let's do the old Oh, excellent, Peter. You're in, are you? Oh, that is good. Oh, I'm impressed. Very impressed. Yeah, really well, Peter. Really well, Josh. And I think, say I think people are just delighted that it's available, and I think I did hear briefly Tom doing the stream the other day, and I think he basically said it's the busiest timetable yet for the Cross City Line, and very, very impressive it is. Yeah, well, no worries at all, Josh. I mean, the thing is, it's bound to take a little bit of time to sort things out. Oh yes, Seb, I certainly will. Yeah, yeah. I've just thought, actually. Sorry, folks. You do need to see the train as well, don't you? There we go. But I will put you. I'll put your score on, Rachel. Once I'll put your score on, Seb, once you've finished the journey. I know, dead right, Amaze Taze. I'll be honest with you, there was a feature on OBS Studio that I've only just realised and I thought, oh crikey, it's taken me over a year to actually work that out. So we are 25 mile an hour to begin with. I do find the digits on the Pendolino slightly difficult to decipher. I know, absolutely right, Amaze Tage, yeah. I'll always be an amateur. So I've not actually done this with dynamic HUD past Watford Junction. I've only done it the once to Watford Junction, so we'll see how that goes on. But I think, as I recall, the only speed reduction after Watford Junction is Berkhamsted. I remember going round the tunnels on the fast lines. I mean, if you're doing the slow lines, there's a whole host of changes in the speed limit. So I think we're okay for 30 now, aren't we? But it's ever so exciting driving it like this. I have to say, it provides you with even more of a thrill, I think. We should be okay for 50 now. I'll be interested to see if I can be anywhere near approaching on time into Watford Junction. This is what I love, Rachel, though. It's just that, again, instant knowledge, because I don't know, you've probably done 1,000 runs, haven't you, or something like that. Yeah, it plays funny games, King, doesn't it, sometimes? Reading Basingstoke. No, not all of it, I don't think. I don't know exactly what part. I was looking at the absolutely massive and gigantic Southwest England route yesterday. There we go, there's the 80 board. This is what I love about the fact that the West Coast Main Line is so logical, though, because it's just a progressive increase. You've just got to remember Bushy. apart from that, it's reasonably straightforward. Yeah, I think that's the key thing. Have a look at the Southwest England route. Now, it used to be on UK Train Sim, which of course is no longer a thing. But you can. So we're up to 100 then in a second. It's an absolutely humongous route. I mean, it does the whole of Waterloo to Weymouth for a start, but it's got all the branches, and some of it's it was an ambitious project. I have no idea how that man who did that, I think it was called Proton 66, but no idea how he managed to do such an expansive network and put scenery and basically throughout. Yeah, there's a few bits and bobs, and again, things like Portsmouth to Southampton, for example. It's basically all there, other than a few little bits. I don't think you were too far out though, Rachel, were you, with what you said? I can't remember, Andrew, actually. I think we're okay for 110 now, aren't they? When we're one, what is it? See, it's little bits here. I mean, my brain's wandered slightly, and I can't remember if we're 110 or 120. I know that once we're through Wembley Central, we're 125. Ah, right, Josh. Yes, of course. Yes, of course it is. Yeah. So this would be a service that you could probably carry on from Birmingham New Street on the Birmingham Crewe route. Again, it's another reason why we need this connectivity. Yeah, well, I think I suspect headcodes has become I won't say a bane of your life, but an ever-present part of your life over the last couple of years, Josh. I think so, Rachel. I did have them in, unless there's it's another container mod that I haven't got in. Oh, there we go. I've actually remembered for once. Control and R. Ah, hi, Kane. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, some of them have got branding on, some of them haven't there, haven't they? I don't know. This might be, I mean, Josh will say this. He'll probably say, well, you should be driving my timetable and not the Forks one. Because I think all of his have got the logos on it. Yes, indeed, yeah. I'm just kind of surprised, really. You don't dream about timetables such as the work you've had to put in. Yeah, I'm hoping ATS are going to do an update to that 165, 166 thing pretty soon. Because I'm not going to buy it for certain until they fix the track joint sounds, because, you know, although it's pretty good, then without the track joint sounds, it's nothing really. Ah, right, I might be missing one of the mods. There you go, I've remembered the 110. Yeah, possibly, King. But it was, I mean, they did say straight away it was one thing that was missing, and I think, but you never quite get the logic with these things. You see that there's the 110, so I was probably a bit too premature, wasn't I, really, with me speed reduction. I mean, that's why it's such a good route, Rachel, really. Yeah, I've got to be honest, King. I've not really taken any interest in it whatsoever, because I would find that really, really boring. Kind of forgotten with this run that it would be sort of early evening. We're going to be more or less dark, aren't we, by the time we get into Milton Keynes. There you go, I'm a bit behind schedule. Yeah, I've got to say, if there's one thing I really haven't got any, I couldn't get excited about, would be running hours and hours and hours at relatively slow speed through more or less desert land. It just doesn't get exciting. Yes, I have Southwestern, and we've got a couple of runs on that. I don't think it's 100% perfect, and I think Rachel and I don't know if Amaze Tazy said, but somebody else has said as well that I think occasionally you might get a Class 31 popping up trying to do a Watford DC line on this West Coast main line south route, but we're going to give that a go. We've got a 101 lined up, and we've got a Class 31 run into Glossop. Yeah, that was an interesting point, Southwestern, and it's one point that he kind of alluded to in his timetable. He sort of said, thanks for all the reskins, but I'm not sure whether it's quite the done thing technically to just bundle in the reskins into a pack without asking anybody. I think he did say he was hoping to get around to thanking people at some point. Yeah, well, agreed with the Concord, yeah. I just hope that you never quite know with ATS how many people they've got working on stuff, so I hope that it just does become a bit of a regular thing, and you know, we don't have to wait ages and ages and ages. I mean, the 710's a great case in point, and you know, it'd be a bit disappointing if it just come out as a 710 in overground livery. We kind of want 3 or 4 variations of it, which maybe for £20 is okay, but a bit on the pricey side. But I think it's a good concept. I'm glad they've got it coming out. I mean, they're also saying they've got a Voyager coming out as well, a new Voyager, and the one for Train Sim Classic at the moment. Well, the 2 for Train Sim Classic at the moment are showing their age. But again, you know, apparently it's going to be next year. But I don't know whether that means January or December. You know, it could be a way off. I don't know, Peter. Drinking on the job. Yeah, it could be. I'm guessing it's certainly going to be, assuming it's a whole new model and everything, then I think you're probably looking at least £25. I mean, I think where it did get a bit controversial with the Flirt was, I mean, that really is expensive, isn't it? And I think even with the subscription discount, it's still, I think it's still £30 from memory. But I think they put so many things into it, and I think they probably realised in the end they might have gone a bit too OTT with detail, but it is a brilliant pack though for all that. And it's always peripheral. I mean, I'm interested in Train Sim Classic, and there's bits and pieces that, but TSW is very much the still the go-to, because for all its bugs and faults, at least you can pretty much just load the game up and get going, can't you? It's not it's not as bad as some things. Actually, we'll have night running on, I think, now. Yeah, I think I could do with a trip to the opticians trying to make out the Pendolino's speed limit, and that's even on my big tally. I love to see the way the stations are lit up at night when you start to get this early evening part as well. But I'm hoping to dip my toe into the water a bit and expand a little bit with this route knowledge and stuff. I mean, this is only scratching the surface even on the West Coast main line, because this is northbound. Oh, very much so, yeah. And you know, I take the view that we can't stream loads of stuff night time, because it gets to the point where it's you know, it's not the most exciting to watch visually. You know, if we did a 4-hour stream where everything was in the dark, then people might start to get not overly excited by it. I'm convinced I'm gonna bodge Berkhamsted, but I don't want to put the brakes on too early. I'm just hoping if there is a speed reduction that I'm gonna actually see it. Well, I've gone below the 110 now, so I'm being a bit too over optimistic. Yeah, this is Berkhamsted, isn't it? So I'm looking out now, hopefully for the board where we've got 125 again. And I think I blinked and I missed it, and I think that was it, wasn't it? But yeah, it's quite eerie now, isn't it, to be going out at night. And you know, I leave the office at 5 and it's dark now at 5 o'clock. It's probably slightly better doing a nighttime run going northbound as well than doing southbound, because you've got that nice little glow, haven't you, that you can see in the background, which is lovely. I always think it looks slightly darker on the stream than it does that I can see on my telly, but I've never quite been able to figure out on OBS Studio how to alter it massively. Yeah, and the funny thing is, and Rachel provided a more definitive view on this, but there are more lights on trains now than there used to be. Oh, no, control an R I want. I don't want to contact the signaller. But they're actually brighter because back in the day you used to find that they actually didn't light up the track at all, and that kind of wasn't the point. It was the only lights at the front were for people to be able to see the train rather than to assist the driver. But I think nowadays they tend to be pretty bright. I mean, I don't know if it's realistic, but you try driving the 710 at night with the full lights on, and you've got a really, really glaring look ahead. Yeah, I think the old logic used to be, well, that doesn't really matter. The driver doesn't need to see. As long as he can see the signals, then that's all that matters. Yeah, and of course you've got the bell as well, haven't you? So that, you know, you sort of, you know, sort of thing, and then it ding, 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 ding. You know, sounds like a bit like a cowbell, really. So how are we do for time then, by the way? Right, so once we get... I hope it's no breaking news, but I can see that England have won 2-0. So, sorry if anybody's recorded it, but I think we've had quite a straightforward qualifying campaign. But it's sort of, like I say, it's changed over the last few years, but that was always the way it used to be. Say nowadays, of course, the old thing about you used to have yellow fronted trains as well was always required, whereas nowadays that requirement's gone. And yeah, well, yeah, Rachel, I suppose that's the problem, isn't it? The fact is, if there's somebody is on the track, that you can't do an absolute thing about it, sadly. I've noticed as well, because I pass through a level crossing on my way to work every day, and there used to be like a gate at the side of the level crossing where people on foot could walk through, but nowadays that's all completely closed off, and nobody's allowed through. And I guess you get used to it as well, Rachel, and there's a completely different atmosphere, and I can relate to that being on the train when you go through these stations with the bright lights, and suddenly you have this flash of light around you. It's incredible. It obviously must make a difference as well, depending on the weather conditions. As you say, if you've got fog or you've got driving rain and it's a cloudy cloudy night. Of course, we aren't here pitch dark. It's still got a hint of the daytime sky. Yes, I do, Southwestern, yeah. I did stream it once, many moons ago. I did a full run from London Euston to Birmingham New Street using Trainsim World for as far as Milton Keynes, and then doing Trainsim Classic to Northampton. And also, I guess, like, your track workers are very conscious of their environment and step away a lot more clearly. All right, have you done it a different time of the year, have you, Peter? You're not doing it in November, I'm guessing. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Southwestern, what personally, I'd love there to be a scenario where it just starts at Milton Keynes, and then it's kind of like means that you could do it over the two games. Then I quite like the idea of switching from Trainsim World, and then when you have to, because it's not in Trainsim World, then doing it on Trainsim Classic. Yeah, excellent, Southwestern, yeah. Right, there you go, Peter, yeah. You thought about that, didn't you? I'd never give it a thought, to be honest. Right, so this is Bletchley, that I do know. Which tells me that that Milton Keynes is not so very far away. Now, the only thing I don't know, because I've not tried this yet, is whether it'll give us enough advance warning to make sure that we stop at Milton Keynes. Oh, I know, King K, yeah. Me too. Well, we are getting the double yellow anyway, so that'll help me a bit. Oh, there we go. We've got, so we're a mile and 2. But that's the good thing about this dynamic HUD. It just magically reappears at the right moment. Which I think, if you're doing 125, is just about okay, isn't it? I would say. Yeah, and I think you're probably always going to get a red, aren't you, on this route, purely on the basis that it actually doesn't go past, the track doesn't go much beyond the platform. I like that, the runway lights, yeah. Just try and make sure I don't get tripped by the the markers as well coming in. But there's so much more to do even in route learning on this route. You know, ignoring the Watford DC lines, but understanding the slow lines and getting north-south as well. But hopefully we'll do, well, we will definitely do more runs. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing, isn't it? And it's kind of like, because there's basically no more track going further on, then at the end of the day you're always going to get a red here, aren't you? Yeah, well, I don't think it is crazy, Southwestern, because the fact of the matter is, if you haven't driven the route for ages, you're just not going to remember, are you? You remember it because of repetition, and that's probably a bit the same with your revising for your mocks as well, really. So we've got a southbound Euston service there. That one's formed of 9 coaches. Right, so let's start making some notes then. So Amaze Taze is on 14.020 and Peter is on 14.027. Wow, wow, wow. Well, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know, I think if you asked a survey of 100 people, I don't think they'd have a clue about the speed limits in and around the area, even if they've been on the train a million times. Oh right, yeah, I've just seen your Concorde, yeah. I bet he wasn't. Oh, cheers, Brian. Oh, well done. 14.290. So this is the second run. And then what am I? 14.341. Am I really? 14.341? Oh, quite surprised by that. Yeah, imagine, Rachel. Right, so Concorde is 14.138. Yeah, but yeah, thanks for again for taking part. So we'll update our scores. Oh, Peter, Amaze Days and Electric Blues is 14.170. So I need to update our leaderboard. So I'll go in and do that. So before I make it visible for you, I just need to change the names on it a little bit. It's just good fun, Peter. I think, like I said in the video the other day, it's trying to get the feeling of being like a real train driver. But yeah, excellent. So let me just do a bit of tinkering. So I'm afraid, Seb, I'm going to drop your name off this one. But obviously let us know in due course what your score is. And then when I do the results update in the week, I can add that in. So what have I got to add in? So whilst I'm just messing with it, let me just put in a quick advert break. Right, so let's switch on the leaderboard again. And there we go. I'll try and remember to switch it off this time after. So we'll start off with Amaze Taze with 14020. So Brian was 14290. So Concord 14138. Electric Blues 14170. So Peter, with his first contribution from actually running one of these runs, was 14027, and then last of all was me, and my score was 14341. So there we go. So yeah, so victory for me in the second round, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. But some absolutely cracking scores actually there, and there was nothing to choose between us, really. So well played, everybody, and I'm just surprised really that I managed to go through the whole run without speeding. I don't think I've ever done that on a driving with the hood on. So it just shows, doesn't it, that it helps with the concentration. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, Southwestern, a full Southwestern main line would be very difficult, yeah. Absolutely, Peter, yeah. But yeah, well played though. There wasn't much to choose between us all, was there, overall? So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. So we'll just have a quick break then, and we'll be back in a second. I'll just go make myself a coffee, and then we'll move on to the Riviera Line, and we've got the Class 47 coming up next. Started off at 16:14 out of Euston. By the time we got to Milton Keynes, it was dark. By hook or by crook, I managed to remember Berkhamsted and Valley in the dark as much of this Berkhamsted. Absolutely. Right, here we go, back with the stream. I still say though that I think with that run, it was slightly more luck than judgment that I managed the speed reduction at Berkhamsted, because I kind of got a glimpse. I'm not even totally sure if there definitely was a warning board, but there might not have been 125 to 110, and I kind of got the sense. I saw a glimpse of the river on the left and the bends. I thought, I'm sure it's coming up now, so I just about worked it out, but I might do it again and then miss it. But yeah, it was good, well played all round. Yeah, excellent, King. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, no worries at all. But as always, appreciate your company, and it's always interesting to get the thoughts as well. I know you're mad keen on British trains as well, but to get the your thoughts from over the pond, as it were. So we're next. We haven't got a head code on this one actually, but this is back to the Riviera Line. We just need Seb's score from the first run as well at some point, but hopefully will let us know what that is, and then I'll try and do a little bit more of a dynamic results thing over the next few days. Right, so 47. There it is. I don't know why it shows up with a strange background there, but I was going to do it with the green one, which is the West Somerset Railway one, and then it's the 11:07 one, so we'll be in daytime this time. Ah, okay. Right. So I would have been okay. There we go. I was slowing down unnecessarily. Oh well, not to worry. But I think it's a great route to get your head around. Yeah, that's fine, Concord. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, we've got this rather snazzy looking 47 and the chocolate and cream Mark 1 carriages as well behind, so that looks very nice indeed. Oh, actually, I've just thought I need to do it over here, don't I? Hang on. Right, so we've already done that one, so we're okay there, I think. So we are due away 11:09. And that is one gorgeous looking livery. They call this Brunswick Green, I think, didn't they? And chocolate and cream all the way. Ah, right, is that because it's the original 47? I mean, in theory, Southwestern, I could have played it with... oh, sorry, Rachel, I say. I could have played it, actually, with the Northern Transpennine one. It was just that I was just taken by the livery. Fair enough. Yeah, she's telling you off it. She says, stop messing around watching that power flower again, and you've got things you need to be doing, which is fair enough. Right, so we are actually non-stop to Payton. Not getting much by sense of any power here. What's going on? I am in forward, aren't I? I'm gone. What am I doing? Doors are shut, I think. Or maybe they're not. Maybe they're still open. Right. Let's try again. Right, now we're off. Yeah, well, exactly, Rachel. You would know. So, do you find that the sound on the Northern Transpennine one is better? Is it just this particular one that was released for the West Somerset Railway that's not so good? I like it, Peter. Yeah. You see, I've always been more worried about our younger viewers being told off by the parents, you know, sort of stop watching that power flower. Right, I see. We need. I'll have to have a look. Actually, I've not checked, but I wonder if there's any good sound mods for the 47. Ah, this is the West Somerset Railway one, isn't it? We can actually put the DSD on, can't we? It works, I think. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that, Rachel. Yeah, that is one thing that sometimes there are just so many mods available. Ooh, where are we? Hot headlight switch on. Yeah, I suspect that that's the trouble, isn't it? You've spent hours and hours and hours and hours. You've probably done hundreds, if not thousands, of runs on them, so you will know absolutely to perfection what it'll both look like, sound like, and feel like. So this is a slightly shorter run because we've got no stops. So it's going to take about 30 odd minutes to get to Paynton by the looks of it. I mean, it was kind of a toss-up, really, between whether to do this with the Western, and you can do that on Railtours as well, can't you, on this route, or the 47. So I thought I'd try the 47 on for this one. So Concorde's not in this one. Amaze Taze is. I am obviously up. Brian, I presume. Electric Blues maybe as well. Yeah, I think out of any feature, I don't think that sounds has ever been a Dovetail Games forte, and there have been times where, even when they've used the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds, and they've obviously been recorded with the real thing, and sometimes you get the feeling, or certainly better people to judge than me have kind of said they haven't been mixed very well. Haha, yeah, it's that is one of the amazing things about it, isn't it? You do get that real peripheral vision that you just don't get in other trades. Okay, no worries, Electric Blues. So I think I'm right in saying that it's the I think it's the three of us doing this run. So it'd be a nice change actually to just do a kind of a full through run on here and take it to Paynton without having to stop. But it does mean we'll have to keep an eye on the speed limits a bit more. Yeah, absolutely, Race Tage. Yeah, Brill. And just to say, by the way, thank you everybody for watching. And as always, if you've not watched before, then please consider liking and subscribing. I'd be tremendously grateful. Your support's always hugely appreciated. And we are going to be live on Tuesday night for the release of the Nuclear Line, Nuclear Pack, the Cargo Line Volume 5, I think, isn't it? So we'll have a go at that. I'm hoping 7:30 because it's not a route. Then as long as I can get in home from work roughly about 6ish, then I can dive straight in and... Oh, I've still forgotten this 75. Yeah, absolutely. Well, hopefully, when you're back up and running again, we can definitely be interested to do. Definitely be interesting for you to do a 47 run and an electric run as well. Yes, indeed, Rachel. It made me smile where I think I read somewhere along the lines of there's a nuclear panic button on it, you know, some sort of emergency button, but they said, but that isn't active on the simulation. I mean, it's going to be quite interesting driving those 20s as well, because I think I need to knock my throttle off and then start again to get some speed up. That's better. Is that realistic, Rachel, where basically if you kind of just reapply the throttle, you kind of have to switch the throttle off and then reapply again? I think Amaze Taze might have the edge on me here with this run. Right, I see. Yeah. But this, I mean, this is something that this is why it's so good having somebody like yourself in the chat, because you know, for us amateurs, and it doesn't matter how good you become, you've never done it for real in real life, so you don't always know the differences. Excellent, Brian. Yeah, I thought you might be. I was hoping you were. That's good. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Funny thing is, they're not doing a preview, are they, of the pack officially? I don't think, DTG. So no doubt, all the ambassadors will get an early access, I suppose. But the other thing is, I mean, they are basically DRS 20s, aren't they? So probably the first day it comes out, somebody will do somebody will do it straight away, won't they? the DRS logo. Well, I wouldn't say that, Rachel. If you're an amateur, you're an amateur with 30 years experience of driving them. Ah, right, I see, yeah. But yeah, we're obviously going to be flooded with videos tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna completely avoid all the videos tomorrow, and then try and look at it with fresh eyes on Tuesday. Well, I'd forgotten it was even working, Brian, on this until the thing reminded me, so I might have got a few points knocked off for failing in that respect. Ah, excellent, Amaze says, yeah. But it's just something a little bit different, and it's nice the fact that we're going to have it on a couple of routes, and hopefully the update for Riviera Line, because the timetable's already been created with the line in mind, hasn't it? So we know that we'll be able to run the 66 on this route with it dead soon, hopefully. No, I think this is the only one. I mean, the weird thing is, because it's a bit bizarre, because this model was created for the West Somerset line, but I think all the ones beyond that, I don't know about the Just Trains ones, but I don't think they were. Yeah, good question. I suppose there's still loads of freight to go at, really, isn't there? All sorts of wagons that haven't been. I mean, I'm not the world's biggest expert by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, I'm really looking forward as well to being able to do the merry-go-round hopper workings on the coal with on the Crew Preston when it comes out. Yeah, absolutely. And it's another little niche, isn't it? And you know, I think but for Skyhook Games coming along and you know, adding a bit of expertise, because I think if DTG had done them, it would have been a little bit half-hearted. Sounds quite muffled, doesn't it, from the cab as well, the engine. I wonder if... Open the window, see if that makes it a bit louder. Got the 31 running a little bit later on as well. But yeah, it's always interesting with the... I mean, like last week, you know, in theory, I thought it was going to be a fairly boring week, but suddenly, you know, we had the dynamic hood coming out. We got the news about the cargo line pack coming out, and then you know, we had that Glossop timetable as well. Yeah, I've got a feeling, and again, you know, I don't really know, but I presume that they probably didn't really think that there was a massive value in them, but yeah, thankfully Sky Games, by doing them, has kind of proved them wrong in that respect. But they're great fun, and you know, as I've said a million times before, you know, it wasn't something I'd naturally have lent towards, and then I've kind of realised that again, just a completely different type of train driving. And I think obviously, you know, with all this issue over the blurry textures on the consoles, there's a lot going on really in the game at the moment, and for all the great things that keep coming out, there's a lot of angst and annoyance over the fact that people can't run all this stuff properly on their consoles. Yeah, 100%, 100%. I think that is the biggest problem, isn't it? And you know, we're all loving the stuff that they do produce, and you know, I think you can't be upset that they're around, but they do have the feel to themselves, don't they? I mean, I was reminded actually, I mean, King K put up a video in the week of World of Subways 4, and I think he said it was 2014, 2015, and there's still things in that are not possible now with this. You know, stupid little things like passengers waiting at stations that actually board the train and walk through and sit down. I think there are things about the game, and they are the makers of it, but I think there are things that probably could be improved, but that they haven't quite got the expertise and the knowledge to go with it. Now then, we've got to think about this, haven't we? Because usually when I'm coming into Newton Abbot, I'm stopping. Yeah, well, as I've said before, my PC's very, very old now, 5 years old. First time I've driven a train through Newton Abbot station. I've not done a freight run on this route either yet. I like it. I love that expression. That does make me laugh. Must have been very strange for you. I don't know when it would have been, but when you were kind of passed as a driver, and suddenly you were out. I'm sure you had many hours of practice with the instructors, but to be finally given the train to yourself, and then it was completely your responsibility, must have been both exciting and terrifying at the same time, I would imagine. Is it my imagination that with the sounds of this thing, that whir as the motors, isn't that from the HST? Yeah, no, I can imagine. So, could I ask what year was that? What was the first time that you when you passed out as a driver? And what was the first train that you drove on your own? Right, 1978, wow. Ah, excellent. Right. So, I mean, if it was Euston, I'm guessing, was it a 310 then? Round about then, actually. Might have been a couple of years after, but because my father was always massively interested in trains, and he used to be a train spotter back in the 50s with the steam train. So it was round about then, the late 70s, very early 80s, where it might have been something like that, 78, 79 or 80, but he started noticing that there were nameplates appearing on trains, and he kind of said then, oh, I wonder if train spotting books are still available. So he said, I used to have like an Ian Allen, was it Ian Allen? Yeah, Ian Allen ABC train spotting book. And then we had a look at the shops, and we thought, wow, yes, they're still going. So that's kind of started things up. Ah, right, Southend, yeah, wow. Excellent. So would they have been the, what were they? Again, you two will know much better than me, but there were the 302s and the 305s, weren't there? Yeah, absolutely. I've been to that shop fairly recently. I presume it's closed down now, but there used to be one just outside Manchester Piccadilly. And there was one at Birmingham New Street, and there was one at Waterloo. And I've been the Waterloo one in the last 10 years, but I presume it's gone now. The one in Manchester, there was always, upon always, a strange smell when you went in, but not a very pleasant one as well. There you go, 306. See, I went all round the houses, didn't I? And the one I didn't think of was the 306. Excellent. I've said it before, but I would absolutely love to have a first generation EMU in the game, and I'd love to have the 310 actually, and if you could have a 310 you could have a 312, but a 309 would be good as well. Did you ever drive the 309 on the Clacton branch trains? Yeah, there'd be a good chance, I bet, wouldn't there? I'm not going to get a good score on this. Okay, I'm 12 minutes early, but I suppose there's no reason to rush, is there, on this service? Ah, okay, Whittam, yeah. Which, again, I didn't know for years. I thought it was Witham, but I believe it's pronounced as Whittam. I've got that right, haven't I? Yeah, the 309s were kind of almost like intercity EMUs, weren't they? You know, they got buffet car on and stuff, hadn't they? Which people seem to have fond memories of. I bet there's plenty of interesting stuff going on at Stratford at the time, and they always had this brilliant reputation for turning out smartly liveried trains, didn't they? So you get things like with white buffers, and you got some really nice repaints. Pretend Express, I like it, yeah. Right, so that's single yellow. So perhaps that's why we've got so much leeway in the timetable, because presumably we've not got a direct run into Paignton here. But yeah, very fascinating time period, and I know it's kind of partly about getting older, where you say, well, the older trains are more interesting than the present ones, but that was definitely a fascinating time. And I know it's a time that Amaze Tays has got great memories of us as well. That was his area and his region. Did you ever play on Microsoft Train Simulator with that Great Eastern route that they produced? That had a massive variety of stock. Yeah, but there must have been a time when it pretty much seemed unlikely that the Great Eastern Main Line would be fully electrified. Right, we've got to keep an eye out for this signal, haven't we? Because we were on yellow last time. Yeah. Now then, where is this signal? I can't even see that. Oh, it's yellow, isn't it? We're all right. Yeah, I mean the 37s were still used on the frontline expresses, weren't they? That's kind of why I mentioned that Microsoft Train Sim thing, because you used to be able to do. There was loads of stuff you could do, but one of those was the Harwich boat train from Harwich to Liverpool Street, and that was you could drive that with the 47. There's a whole multitude of stock for it, but of course it's, you know, sort of, if you look at there's a few videos of it knocking about on YouTube now, but it's kind of showing its age now. Right, that's where they were based, were they? I mean, there was a big campaign, wasn't there, with King's Lynn about making sure that they weren't missed off the electrification. I think British Rail would have been happy to have curtailed it at Cambridge, wouldn't they? But I think they had good local politicians that made sure it got electrified all the way. Well, we've got a 31 on the Glossop line. That's the scheduled to be the final run. I don't know how we do for time, whether we get a chance to do something else. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, driving it with the 710 that you do now on Trains and Worlds. You know, again, just a massively different experience. And of course they got all the old first generation DMUs before the Silverlink, before the 150s came in, and then it was Silverlink and stuff. I was a bit lucky there, wasn't I? Because, to be honest, although not doing very well with the speed here, am I? Oh dear. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win any awards for me driving on this run. Very, very good point. I know, talk about cars parking on a level crossing, yeah. I like it. Very good. Oh no, I'm gonna finish by going past the red. Yikes. Oh dear. Well, that was a hopeless drive, wasn't it? So that's a naught from me. But I enjoyed it though, all the same. I enjoyed it. So it was good. Right, so 7375 from Mace Tays. That's naught from me. And then I've forgotten who Brian, wasn't it, who was our was also doing that run as well. Yeah, it was really, really nice to have that livery in the game. I think, as you say, Rachel, it's a shame we haven't got the updated sounds, but that's something that somebody could work on. I think it's a shame Armstrong Powerhouse, who've done a brilliant job with improving the sounds in Train Sim Classic, that they haven't worked on doing sounds for Train Sim World. They've supplied DTG with sounds. Well, he definitely beat me anyway. So we'll hang on a second for Brian's score, and then I'll pop a quick advert up, and then we'll have a look at that in a sec. The thing is, I mean, you will know a lot more than me, but again, it's that crossover between driving an old train and a new one, where the brakes react instantly on the new ones, but on the old ones, it's a completely different experience. So let's find where's my scoreboard gone. Yeah, funnily enough, it's a sound mod that they've seemed to shied away from. You know, bearing in mind how ubiquitous it was, they've done all umpteen versions of every other pack, but the 47s they didn't seem to be massively bothered about. Yeah, absolutely. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? And you probably enjoy that more mechanical feel of the old trains. So let's get ready then for the score. So we'll get rid of the scores on that one, of course, because that's just from the last run. So it can put me in as a 0, and we'll put Brian in 0 for now, but that will change very soon. And then Amaze Taze was 7375. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I suppose that's the problem, isn't it? Nowadays, it's the old issue that when a computer breaks down, then it's. Although I suppose it's the old thing about switching it on and off again, but it's not always bound to be perfect. So I know Amaze Taze hasn't got the this gloss-up timetable. I know you said you've deleted it as well, Rachel. But I presume, I don't know, I haven't really chatted to Amaze Taze, but was it just the bugs in it that were irritating you with it? I mean, that 31 on the replacing the 710s must be a little bit curious. I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, he'll upgrade it a bit. But I quite like the idea of the concept. It's again, it's an interesting era. Yeah, absolutely. Then hopefully he will work on it. Be nice to have the 86s in Piccadilly as well. I think he said he hadn't got the 86 pack. Mad Basher 31, which is a brilliant name, but looks a pretty decent start. We'll get running on it in a second. So I take it you're not far off from coming into paint, and Brian. I think what I might just do is let's just get the game loaded up and ready. Yeah, the Mark IIs would look handy, wouldn't they, on the those, particularly on those 47 runs on the cross-country services. Ah, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, that's cracking, isn't it? Because it was done by Fawkes, who was kind of the original timetable genius, and again, completely transforms the experience. You know, you do those Azuma runs. Well, I've got the game virtually loaded up. Yeah, it's excellent, and again they broke the mold because it was something that wasn't possible by DTG, but suddenly you had an Azuma that you could drive in diesel mode, where DTG didn't allow for that in their original version of it. I think what we'll do is, I think we're going to crack on, and we'll wait for Brian's score, and then we'll update at the end of this run. I know that's the beauty of it. That is the fun of it, isn't it? And you can kind of now play on the game and think, I'm going to try this run tonight. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do something different. So I think I might have the field to myself on these two runs. I've clicked on it once and now I've gone away from it. That's it. Alright, timetable. So Glossop 2002. So we're going to do a 101. We're going to do it in regional railways. And the service we're going to do is to Hotel 51, Hyde North to Manchester Piccadilly. Which I think would have been X Rose Hill, and 1358 one. There we go. All right, brilliant, mate. Well done. There you are. You are a winner. So actually, I might get that scoreboard in then before the run. Right, so let's put your score into the computer. And there we are. So Brian is the winner. And for me, I need the family fortune sound, don't I? It's kind of a... Oh, hang on a minute. Let's try changing my spelling a little bit. That's better. But yeah, well played, Brian. And again, thank you very much for contributing. That was really appreciated. Oh, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, it's a very good timetable, that. And it adds a lot to the playability. I think I got it from that Train Sim Check community website. Right, so here we are. It's very bright all of a sudden, doesn't it? You can see it better on this side, but here we are, regional railways. It says Rose Hill on, but actually we're going to Piccadilly. I don't know if I can change that. Oh, excellent, Brian. No, that's great to hear. Yeah, fantastic. Ah, brilliant. How did you find them? Oh, hang on a minute. Can we change our... Have we got Manchester Piccadilly on there? No, we'll go with blank then. Okay. I absolutely love driving this 101, to be honest. Actually, I need to put my thing on it. Oh, hang on. Help if we're in forward. Yeah, I can imagine. And that's kind of what the experience was like. It, you know, as a passenger, it felt like a bus. And to be fair, they were bus engines as well, weren't they? So it's only a shortish ride. I think it's about 15 minutes, and then we're doing a Piccadilly to Glossop in the 31 then. I mean, I have enjoyed driving this 101 quite a few times, I have to say. I mean, I've only streamed it a couple of times because we've driven it on the I can understand that. I really can. I mean, to be honest with you, as a child growing up, whenever I was on a 101, I absolutely loved the fact that you could see the line ahead, which is all well and good, you know, if the passengers were going to be really well behaved, but I suspect that they probably weren't. I mean, I can imagine, you know, you're doing a nighttime service, you know, on a Friday night. If you had your blinds down, I would imagine it'd be absolute carnage. But yeah, I certainly remember that experience. Still says Rosehill. He obviously, again, Rosehill wasn't in the game originally, so he obviously had some sort of idea about changing the destination blind, but for some reason it doesn't quite work. What's on the one on the back? Yeah, it says Rosehill both sides. I thought you might like it, Peter. I always remember that sound as they used to just accelerate away, and again, that memories as a child of leaving Stoke Station with as they kind of had to change gears, and that pause. Right, now we can go into fourth gear, can't we? Oh, we're only in third, are we? Oh no, we were in third. Come on, get a grip. Oh yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah, I know what you mean. I can't quite replicate it, but yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, there's a very, very definite... I mean, the whole thing felt as though it was alive. And I mean, you talk in terms of the days, you know, nowadays have been environmentally friendly, but I mean, these things used to absolutely emit absolute huge plumes of diesel smoke or clag, whatever it is. Must admit, I'd never really thought about this massively before doing the run, but the fact that we're going downhill into the platform kind of makes it a little bit more testing. And they were everywhere, weren't they? They were literally everywhere, these 101s, from Scotland to you know, apart from maybe kind of the third rail territory, and you wouldn't have seen them quite so much in and around London, but well, there we are. That was a 158 in the Transpennine livery, again from the era. It was always a change for me, actually, a 101 on the, like the Stoke. We used to have the Derby, Nottingham, Lincoln trains, and they were always 120s, which were probably better suited for long distance runs, but used to be slightly bored with those. Ah, right, wow. There you go. I didn't even realise that the Southminster line didn't used to be electrified. Do you mean Train Simulator related, or this feels like you know what people say about driving a car and they hadn't even got a license? But do you mean kind of train simulator wise, Peter? And again, does the physics of the game feel reasonably good? Does it feel fairly accurate driving the 101s? I mean, the sounds seem fairly decent to me. Hoping we are getting a clear run into Piccadilly. Yeah, I suppose you're never going to get it spot on, are you? But yeah, they certainly made a good job of showing the cab as well, haven't they? I always found the one on Train Sim Classic was quite difficult to get going, but I've no issues with this one. Ah, right, wow, Peter, yeah, no, that's amazing. That must have been great times. Oh, heck. I didn't notice that. Ah. Wasn't concentrating. Right, I'm going to have to replay. I'm going to have to start that one again because it's only 15 minutes, isn't it? So let's do the full run. Got to get into Piccadilly. I want to look at what Piccadilly looks like. Not doing very well on these runs tonight, am I? That's my second spad of the night. Right, I see. Yeah. Yeah, and imagine that. It always feels, like I say, you play the one on Train Sim Classic, and you feel as though, I know, unfortunately, right, we'll get it right this time. Oh, hang on. I haven't shut my doors now, have I? Oh, I have. Oh, I've got my brakes off. Panicking now. Yeah, you almost felt on the Train Sim Classic one that it was quite sluggish, but this one seems to go away a bit like a rocket. Well, at least we know this time that we are going to get held up before we get into Piccadilly. Third gear I wanted. So we'll have to ask Brian whether this revised score is going to count. That's assuming I make it this time, of course. Very perceptive point. And again, I suspect because you've actually ridden on them in real life, then again, you would know that. All right, cheers, cheers, Rachel. Yeah, but yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, if you get the chance to. Watch the rest of it, they're brilliant. But yeah, as ever, really appreciated your comments. Massively appreciated, and really great to get your insight into the game. Yeah, so hopefully that's one little minor thing that Mad 31 Basher will maybe be able to get right if we can get the destination blinds in for Manchester Piccadilly. That would be pretty good. But we need to do as well, there's a scenario on Creators Club that Spike York's created for the Goblin line. So I think we've still got District line trains in at Barking, but I think he's put in a Silverlink livery 101, and I'm not sure they ever actually ran like that in real life, but it still looks pretty good. But yeah, I think it's fantastic having Rachel into the chat, because she provides, you know, real insight into the experience of driving these trains, which is brilliant. Must have been great times for you, Peter. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I mean, people used to call them. They would say they were Met Cams. I mean, in some ways, you got a bit bored of the 101s because they were everywhere, and you were almost interested to see other first gen DMUs. But yeah, of course, Metcam. I mean, I don't know if they still exist, but I think I'm right in saying they played their part in building the Mark IV carriages, didn't they, in more recent times? But yeah, must have been great times for you riding in the cab. I mean, I've been in one or two cabs over the years where I've asked drivers very nicely, and me and my friend have been in the cab, but never actually on the move, sadly. So we've got to remember now, we made it back to Fairfield again, so we've got to think now, well, at Manchester Piccadilly, or the approach to, we're going to get held up, I think, by a red signal. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean the 120s, which, as I say, they were always used on the crew to Derby, Nottingham, Lincoln. they were Swindon units, weren't they? I think. I forgot what BRCW was. Was that the Derbies? Yeah, had the Rolls-Royce engines. And the BRCW, was that Birmingham? I can't remember actually. What's BRCW? Right, so let us keep an eye on these signals. We're green at the moment, which is fine. Yeah, imagine a bit of a trek. I've never made it beyond Nottingham actually on that line. I've been to Nottingham millions of times, but I've never been to Lincoln on the train. And even the station announcer in the 80s, well 70s and 80s I suppose, never used to even bother announcing the trains past Nottingham. He used to just say stations to Nottingham. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Birmingham Railway Carriage Works. You're absolutely right. So yeah, so double yellow. But yeah, it'd be nice to get more first gen DMUs in the game, and say I think we can say with a fair amount of certainty that the 104 now is never going to be a thing, sadly. Maybe they'll surprise us and say it's about to be released. So this should be single yellow now. So that's single yellow. And then, yeah, you've got to be fairly careful. This red's not too very far away, is it? I'm not even totally convinced that I think we're all right now, aren't we? Are we green? We're green. We're okay. But that does sound like a bus engine, doesn't it? To go back to what Rachel was saying, but essentially they were bus engines, weren't they? see what's in Manchester Piccadilly station as well when we get to the end of the run. And we'll have to ask Brian as well whether this score actually counts, because strictly speaking, I went through the red signal, didn't I? So this is kind of like take two, and if you do it in one take, then you could argue that my score's null and void. So we've got another one of those Transpennine units. We've got a first liveried 158 there as well. 87. I think the idea is they're supposed to be in Virgin livery, but I think again he said it's slightly bugged. Do you know, I never went on one of those. What were they? Were they the 124s? You know, I can remember the 80s period where you saw the Newcastle Liverpool to York services, which were always either in the hands of Peaks or Class 40s and stuff, 47s. But I don't remember the 124s, but I've seen pictures of them. Then again, they were kind of built for long distance route haulage, weren't they? Whereas, you know, these things very much weren't. They were essentially for short distances. I mean, probably the reason why we got a green one in the platform is that's probably purely owing to my reskins, I suspect. Okay, I did have a slightly worried moment there, thinking that we weren't going to stop, but we managed it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they were 124s. Let's just have a look at what else is going on. I think the idea is these are supposed to be Virgin trades, but I think he said he's struggling a bit with the game to get them in. Obviously, this is the original Manchester Airport. Sorry, the original Manchester Piccadilly. So we haven't got the concourse included. So I think we should have a train coming in to couple up there. We've got a 323. Again, they were in regional railways colours at the time. Ah, now this is something that you used to see all the time. I think this 87 is now going to couple up to the to take out the electric, to take out the Mark III stop. Now I think he did say the might couple up a little bit violently. But that was kind of the right procedure. I'm sure they would pause for a bit, then you would get somebody who would drop down onto the track who would actually do the job. I don't know, I thought that was pretty tidy myself. And I can see as well we've got a freight in here as well. We've got a 47, that's that first liveried 158. Oh, I thought it was a freight, but it's actually a freight liveried. Not sure about that service, that seems a bit weird. Well, I think the thing is, Brian, I mean, you might have missed Guy Bridge. I mean, technically I've got 3029, but the fact is you completed it at your first attempt and I didn't. So I think we'll have you down as the winner on that. So we'll prepare for our final run. And if you feel like doing it, this is a class 31 on if I can find me a bit of paper. Where have we gone? This is 3Q19. It's like a class 31 departmental working. But yeah, well played. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, definitely agree. Yeah, it'd be quite nice to have a DVT in there, wouldn't it? So that's something that we just don't have in the game at the moment. That's fair enough, Brian. Yeah, thank you very much. Very kind of you. So get take it out in this rail track livery. So I'll perhaps for this one we'll do a proper scoreboard. We'll see if we can both complete it in one go. But yeah, I enjoyed that, and I mean I agree with both Rachel and Amaze Taze. It's, you know, hopefully you can iron out some of the issues, and I suspect it's a bit annoying to see it popping up in other routes, but the good thing is with the game, it's easy enough to get it sorted. I don't know whether we're supposed to. I don't think we'd have to bother about loading passengers. There we go. So I don't know exactly what this service would be for. That's the back of it. We're top and tailed. It's some sort of departmental working. So, again, it takes an age for the brakes to come off on this thing. Oh, sorry, I didn't make it clear, did I? This is 3Q19. There we go. There's the 47 coming off off that stock. Oh, excellent, Peter. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, although I'm not rushing to be called a senior citizen, but I look forward to the time when I can get that senior citizen's rail card, I must say. We talk about the clag coming off that thing. We'll have to put me F5 back on. There's another 158 coming. I don't massively remember that livery, but I've seen. I must have been on Transpennine trains at the time, but perhaps I didn't notice it as much at the time. This it should be non-stop to Glossop. And of course now we can go down the other line and go towards Stockport or to Manchester Airport, the Manchester Airport commuter route. There's a 101 from Rose Hill. But yeah, just to say again, thank you very much everybody for watching, and if you haven't done so before, if you consider liking and subscribing, that'd be tremendously appreciated. Oh, I can sympathise with that, to be honest. I think some of my work colleagues can't understand why I'm so cheerful on a Monday morning sometimes, and a few laughter lines. I like that. That's excellent. And again, I don't know whether it's a sign of getting older, but it just seems to be that my younger colleagues, I'm talking about people in the only just in the 20s, and they seem to be getting bed at 8 o'clock every night. There doesn't seem to be any stamina. But I mean, this is a route that I've not played on for ages, and you know, I used to. I loved it when it first came out. Again, with the, you know, I quite like driving the 323. I know you probably aren't a massive fan, Peter, but I did enjoy it when it first came out, but again, it just lacked that variety. There was just kind of nothing going on. So this new timetable does breathe a bit of new life into things, and even being able to drive the 323 in that regional railways colours, which people will remember very, very well from back in the day. I mean, I wonder if that timetable's massively off, because it says 10:51:21, and we're only 8 miles away, but it ain't going to take 38 minutes to get there, is it? Hang on. I think we were having the debate last week about the fact that the 31s isn't the most beautiful looking trains. Ah, no, that's brilliant. No, it's good to hear that. And I'm not quite 44 miles, but I do have a 30-mile journey into work, so it's just a bit strange this time of the year, though, getting up, because you're getting up in the dark, aren't you? And I know Mace Tays will feel like that as well, because he's very much an early starter. Try and get the brakes on for the 40. Yeah, I think I don't know about you, but I always think I don't mind at night it being dark massively, which I always think is a strange way of putting it, because I think some clever club will say, well, surely it's always dark at night, but I don't mind the early dark nights massively, but I don't like it being dark in the morning. It just feels unnatural. I always feel they did a good job with the sounds on this. I love the clunkiness when you go over the points with the 31. Excellent. But I mean, the absolute favourite time of the year, just love when we head towards spring and you get that little chink of light with the you start to get a bit of sunshine and you get the occasional mild day, and I do find sort of November, December. January's probably the worst month. Now then, we better keep an eye on these signals, haven't we? That's yellow, but it's single yellow. Again, you really do feel shake, rattle and roll with driving this thing. So this signal needs our attention. I can't even see it yet. Is it hiding? Here's the AWS ramp. I do enjoy the Christmas period and having a few days off. It's quite nice. That's yellow, isn't it? Definitely yellow. Oh. Well, it was red. Ah, right, it was red. I was convinced that was yellow. Well, I'm not going to do that one again. But it's good fun, and I think it shows up quite nicely the what's in the pack, and that I think that's probably going to be the end. So so apologies. So if you get the chance, Brian, just post your score in the chat at some point, but rather an odd way of finishing, but I suppose we are past 9 o'clock. I know, not doing very well tonight. I was convinced that was yellow, but I sometimes think I'm starting to become colourblind. Yeah, it might not be available some days, as he had to occasionally let the neighbours' cats in and out to feed them. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I could understand your frustration on that one. It's like you're either here or you're not here. Yeah, thank you very much. All I can say is watch out for that signal, and hopefully you will take better notice of it than me. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, fantastic. Really enjoyed your company, everybody. And again, I think it's a massive bonus you all doing these runs, because it's just interesting. So yeah, well, there is that. Although I did think I genuinely thought it was yellow. So that's the other issue. But yeah, we'll see you all on Tuesday, hopefully. So the plan will be 7:30, and I'm thinking that all being well, we'll get the we'll hopefully get it uploaded, downloaded by then. It should be a bit quicker, as there isn't a route involved. So we'll look at Cargo Line, Volume 5, the nuclear pack, and we'll have a look at what that's all about. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for your company. Yeah, look forward to seeing you all again. See you next Tuesday. See you on next Sunday as well. But thank you very much. And just one last time to say, but if you've enjoyed the stream and you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. As ever, your support is hugely appreciated. So thank you very much. Until next time, from Power Flower, Trains and Planes. For now, it's good night.